Good afternoon. Greetings to the one lonely viewer. Greetings, NB. How you doing? I'm in the midst of chewing a little bit of bread. I actually woke up. I dragged myself out of bed too late. You're not lonely? Well, you're not lonely anymore. Cortex is here now. Previously, you were alone. It was just you in chat. The lonely NB. You got a dog too? Oh, okay. Man. I'm on the last of my bread today, and I wanted to try to do a new loaf, but I woke up way too late. Like, I dragged myself out of bed late. I got to bed late, and then I got myself out of bed late. It's a whole thing. Of course, it doesn't help that, like, over this past week, I've just been like, yeah, whatever, I'm not gonna bother with the alarms all week long. I say, make cheese bread. You have to have bread to make cheese bread. To my knowledge, cheese bread is not made by putting cheese into dough. Cheese bread is made by putting cheese into already completed bread. So make bread later. Well, that's probably going to be the plan because I'm going to be using ancient wheat. Ancient wheat. It's a strain called Eichhorn. So, it's supposedly the same stuff that's been used since medieval times. And what's crazy is that, like, all of the recipes that I've been learning about, they all kind of boil down to, listen, when you make this, it's gonna have the consistency of like brownie mix or cake batter because there's so much less protein forming content in it. So you have to be you have to be okay with the fact that it's like not gonna form up into like a solid dough ball that you can like coat in flour. So it's an interesting thing. Like I came to realize just how much I had gotten myself into bread making and baking when I was trying to figure out the right way to use this flour because it's expensive flour. For 4 pounds, it was $30. Or what? Do I have 8 pounds for $30? It's expensive either way. Like if it's 4 pounds for 30 or 8 pounds for $30, that's expensive. That is expensive. So, I'm just in this situation, you know, where I'm looking at it. I'm like, this is expensive flour. It was also a gift, and I'm like, I don't want to waste this. So instead of just reading a recipe, I'm gonna read a bunch of recipes and see what the through line between them is. You can have the best poop ever from the fiber content. God, I mean, maybe. I'm legitimately curious because this is also going to be a 3-ingredient recipe. It's going to be water, flour, and honey. Well, there's also salt in that, and there's yeast. So I guess technically that's 5 ingredients. I don't know that I count yeast as an ingredient because that's not really an ingredient. It's more of a critical thing that you have to have, but I don't know. Yeast isn't something that it's not something you put in because it's edible. It's something you put in in order to have a biological react. We don't really describe what an ingredient is other than the fact that it goes into something. And for some reason, I think about food product and I'm like, is this an aspect of what you're trying to eat? Flour? Yes. Water? Yes. Salt? Yes. Yeast? I don't know anywhere else that yeast is actively used as something that you're supposed to eat unless it's dead. I know scenarios where dead yeast is used as a seasoning. Yeast is an ingredient. That will confuse people. It does the same thing with salt, sodium bicarbonate. Anything like that, there's still an ingredient. Dead yeast. Have you never heard of this, Cortex? It's a thing. It's a thing. An ingredient is a substance, component, or element that forms part of a mixture, formula, or dish. Would an undead yeast say grains? For God's sake. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Even with the definition of ingredient, I'm not certain that I would call yeast an ingredient. I'm having a hard time with this one. And I don't know I could ever explain it in a manner that would make sense. I think I don't consider yeast an ingredient because if you go and make sourdough, where is your yeast ingredient? Like, it's there in a capacity with your sourdough starter, your mother dough, as it were. I am so sleepy that I need to nap, so no weird sounds when you on speakers, please and thank you. I make no promises, Eli. No promises. Man, okay. So, we're gonna be playing some Minecraft today, okay? I'm gonna shift this camera over to vertical mode. I mean, ultimately, what I'm thinking about here, and whether or not yeast is an ingredient, is kind of like a secondary concern. It's not really that big of a deal. Keep it PG in chat? No, absolutely not. I would never do anything as irresponsible as trying to stay PG in chat. That makes no sense. Not for my chat. Oh shit, I forgot. Well, I didn't come this way to try and, and I am gonna be... Oh my, I've actually blasted through all of my gunpowder. I didn't expect that that was possible. Holy moly. So if I just stand up, yeah, now I can hear the hissing of the creepers. PG, this chat, why are we toning down? Good question. That's a very good question, one that I do not have a good answer for. It occurs to me now that I absolutely need I need music. And I completely forgot that that's something that's necessary. So let's let's spend a little bit of time here searching for some music. There must be something reasonable amongst everything that I have. Like, the biggest challenge that I've ever faced with streaming a game like Minecraft is the fact that I need to figure out what type of music to play in the background. But not all soundtracks are made the same. Some soundtracks are fantastic for easy listening. Fantastic. Other soundtracks, not so much. So I have a question for you, chat. Can you see some sort of a widget around the stream about like partner points or something? No? Nothing? Oh, thanks, Twitch. Thank you so much. It was wanting me to set up some sort of a widget, and I was like, I have no clue where this thing is supposed to show up, but the hell is partner points? Okay, so I'm gonna let everybody in on a sad story for me, okay? An absolutely sad story. But basically, when I was with the Yogscast, I got grandfathered in to the partner program on Twitch because I was associated with them. I got an automatic pass. I didn't have to hit any of their metric goals in order to monetize my Twitch channel. And the way that it worked back in the day was you specifically, you independently had a contract that you had to get written out. Okay. Now, times have changed. Twitch has abandoned their custom contract system, which, in all honesty, with the size of Twitch, I'm surprised that they stuck with that old system for as long as they did. About 1 to 2 years ago, they switched over to a larger, more generic system where it's like, yeah, if you're using our platform and you're hitting these metrics, then the system is automatically going to recognize it. Now, when everything was switched over to that system, it was not switched over evenly and fairly, okay? For some reason, when I was pushed over into the new system, no checks were ever run on my channel still. So, what does this mean? It means way back, more than a decade ago, I was in contract negotiations and they tried to, get a particular revenue split, and I was like, I need a higher split, and they gave me a 70-30 split. I got 70%, Twitch gets 30% of all bit donations and subscriptions, okay? Now that is a premium agreement, and somehow, despite the fact that I never hit their metrics, nobody asked questions, and I just got hand waved through. But as of yesterday, I got an email from Twitch saying, "Hey, on the back end, we've actually moved you into the Partner Plus program. This doesn't affect your earning capacity, but it does mean that the point counting system is now actively applied to your channel." Now, this means that I have to meet those requisite requirements to maintain the 70-30 split. To get those requisite requirements, I have to have 100 independent, not gift subbed, 100 independent recurrent subscribers for 3 months running. To get the 60-40 split. If I want the 70-30 split, I have to have 200 regular, recurrent, non-gift subbed subscribers for 3 running months. So my income from Twitch is about to go from a 70 split to me to a 50 split to me. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna stop taking home 70%, and I'm gonna start taking home 50% because I'm not big enough, and I never have been. So I was curious if anybody could see this stupid widget that they were like, you really need to have this widget set up. Oh, we. So that's a thing. I'm having a good time. You know what? I think... Where is my music player? It's here somewhere. I know it's here. Golly. Million icons on the screen, and I cannot figure out which one to look at. All right, hopefully that's not too loud for you. I see a plus goal in the description, Will. Is that what you mean? Well, that must be what they mean by widget, because they were insistent that like some sort of a counter would be available. Ooh. Not as much experience as I was expecting. Thank you very much for that cheer, NB. Oh my god. 1,000 bits. Fuck you. I mean, thank you very much, and I very much so carry the same sentiment, NB. For what it is worth, I do get a larger cut whenever people do tips and instead of bits. Now, Twitch has done a really good job of trying to convince people, convincing people to use the bit system rather than, like, the PayPal integration, but, you know, it is what it is. I swear, Ratchet, you take 2 bites, you come up with the biggest doe eyes just staring at me being like, I have been starving for 37,000 years. And then you take 2 bites of kibble and you're done. Ugh, this cat. Creators maintain point requirements for 3 consecutive months to be eligible for Plus program. Eligibility status will be evaluated at the end of each month according to the UTC time zone. Gift and Prime subs are currently not counted towards eligibility. Plus program levels: 1, 100 points, 60-40. Revenue share. Level 2, 300 points, 70-30 revenue. So you... 300 points. So you have to triple the number of people who are watching you and subscribing on a regular basis. So yeah, if you're a tier 1 sub, it's 1 point. If you're a tier 2 sub, it's 2 points. If you're a tier 3 sub, it's 6 points. So what was that? So it's not reasonable, but tier 3 subs are absurdly expensive, but I could hit the goal if 50 people, I don't even get 50 people on my best day for view count. If I was to get, if 50 people, you know, subscribed every single month, every month for 3 consecutive months, I would hit my goal, you know? I'm not sitting here saying that I'm not going to beg for that, because I don't think that that's a reasonable thing that will ever happen. But that's a situation, you know? So, like, I don't know how my streaming dedication is going to change based on that alteration, because that's probably going to be a big enough change in my income that to mean that I won't get a monthly check in the middle of the summer. And the middle of the summer is when things are the absolute slowest. So... This doesn't feel like a widget, Will. Shouldn't it pop up in the stream? Here's the thing. If it's something that I can plug into my video feed or my overlay, they certainly haven't indicated to me how exactly you go about doing that. Right. I could sit around here and just kind of like whack creepers all day long, but I don't want to do that. Is there a way to increase your traffic? The dual streaming on YouTube and here is good. Oh, well, you'd think that the dual streaming is good. Nobody watches the YouTube streams. And because the YouTube channel does not have 1,000 subscribers, the stream is actively suppressed by YouTube because it does not have enough following. YouTube very much so implements a system of if you're not big enough, then we will actively suppress your channel. You got to prove yourself while we're fighting while fighting the tide, before you get additional viewership. So, like, I mean, I know that this can come across as a downer, and to be honest, I probably shouldn't be talking about it. Like, one of the first rules as a creator is that you don't talk inside baseball on a regular, you know, video or stream, because if you talk inside baseball, you're gonna get to the downer truths of the business model, and nobody's gonna have, like, that's not a good time. And people come around to enjoy themselves. That's a big component of all of this, you know? So I'm already breaking a couple of, like, traditional rules that exist for the very simple purpose that it's like, those of you who are chatting, cool, you care. The people who come in and don't chat, they are the ones who are going to check out whenever I do this stuff. And unfortunately, that's the particular type of audience member that I am very low on. So, yeah, that's a thing. Most people in stream are probably long-time subs anyway. Yes, yeah, that's another thing. I don't have a lot of growth potential at this point in my career, as a Twitch streamer and as a YouTuber, you know? We should make our own YouTube and Twitch with blackjack and hookers. God. What the f... What is this crap? William, leather, copper, iron, or diamond armor. I mean, diamond, obviously. I don't even wear diamond anymore, though. It's like, it's outdated. It's not as strong. Leather. God. Why is it when I heard long-time subs, I made me think of short-time doms? Well, all is right with the world with my chat. That much is very certain. May as well collect up some of this stuff before I go back. I don't know that I'm going to do a whole bunch of mining before I return to the location that I'm looking to return to. But I figure I'd shave at least one layer off of this, like, large chunk mine that I've been running. Specifically trying to collect up more, what you call it? Basalt. Okay, this music is nice, but it's too loud. There we go, it's no longer, like, crazy in my ear. I can say that it shows your honesty when you say how real it is. I'm biased because I've been along for the ride for years, but the thing about what you said about new watchers is pretty true, sadly. Well, part of it is the fact that I am not advertising myself. Like, I just straight up stopped doing that because I was like, I don't think that anything that I was doing a while ago, like social media posts, like it was actively being suppressed. That was back in the days when like Twitter was still Twitter. So, like, it's a weird thing, you know. I do not try to advertise myself. In fact, I hate having to advertise myself. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. Hello. What are you doing in my neighborhood here, Mr. Slappy Pants? Very itchy nose today. We've suddenly gone from dry to very wet outside, so I think that I think that there are some really fast-growing molds in the air this morning. This is definitely messing with my sinuses and making the inside of my nostrils itch. Does subscribing at a higher tier help? Yes, yes it does. Tier 1 subscribers contribute 1 point towards the goal. Tier 2 subscribers contribute 2 points towards the goal. Tier 3 subscribers contribute 6 points towards the goal. So like I said, if it was possible, like, my goal is to have 50 subscribers. Here's the thing. If 50 independent individuals decided to subscribe at tier 3 for 3 consecutive months. 50 separate people, okay? Not gift sub, but if 50 separate people subscribed at tier 3 for 3 consecutive months, I would pass the bar. And as long as that bar has been passed, it unlocks for a whole year, okay? Like, I get kicked up into the tier that I'm used to for 12 consecutive months, and then there's a reevaluation that I would have to pass within the last... I would have to repass that evaluation in the last 3 months of those 12 consecutive months to continue to remain on it. If that makes any sense. Like, I'm getting into, like, descriptions of spreadsheet territory. It is complicated. It's a bit more complicated than is worth trying to explain. And again, I'm not sitting here asking you guys to fix it for me. This is my problem, not yours. You're here to be entertained. And by entertained, I mean just watch me pick away at a shelf mine in the nether in Minecraft, which is such an original thing to do. I feel like this is another aspect of it. I'm just like... I mean, it's not that I don't have entertainment value, but I am definitely not like a premier streamer. I am not doing something unique or different by comparison to the rest of the audience out there. There's also the fact that Twitch fundamentally does not have discovery algorithms that really work all that well. There's basically the front page, and that is it. How else are you supposed to find people on Twitch who are not already large? Because I know that one of the main things that happens on Twitch is that with the app on my phone, it's constantly like, hey, here's this big person who's having a big moment, and that's all they really seem interested in pushing. So discovery as a smaller personality essentially does not exist. You either explode in a manner... You either get all of your success... God damn it. You either explode in based on a viral social media post off of Twitch, or you end up on the front page of Twitch somehow, you know, just somehow. No indication of exactly how you're supposed to ever do that. Every single time I've looked into it, it's like, how do you end up on the front page of Twitch? And that's like, there's nothing clear about how that works. And if anything, it's probably a closely guarded secret. So. $3 is so expensive. Yep, it is so expensive. That's the reason that it's worth 6 points. But you get the idea behind what's going on. Like this is a pure dollars to it doesn't take much to understand that it is a pure dollars to points conversion rate. It's like, yeah, it's the conversion rate from channel points or subscriber points or whatever is measured in dollars, and you know, this is this is how much 1 point is worth in dollars, and we're gonna go ahead and, you know, do a 1-1 measurement there. I'm gonna say this with the greatest of certainty: start an OnlyFans, and I'll bring the traffic. God. I don't know. Part of me is like actively wondering, you know, it's like, okay, do I go back to the YouTube thing? Because once upon a time, you know, like all of the money came in via YouTube. That hasn't been the case in a long time. Like, YouTube hasn't like brought in a whole bunch of money for a long time. And I contemplate, okay, well, do I need to just like go back to making certain I have a weekly video type situation on YouTube? But restarting a YouTube channel is no joke either. And then I contemplate the other alternative, which is, you know, maybe it's time to consider where the end of the road is for me in this career, you know? I'm not saying that that's what I'm going to do, but it's something that I have to actively, like, that's always an option that's on the table. When do you stop with a social media career? I'm 20 years into it. Stop it. We like hanging out with you. And I understand that. Again, like, I'm not trying to be a downer, okay? I bid foreclosure. I'll sue. I'm happy that I have I'm happy for the encouragement and the support, okay? I'm not telling you what's gonna happen right now, okay? I'm not telling you that I have a plan, because I sure as hell don't have a plan. I haven't had a plan basically from the start of this whole thing, and that's probably what's affecting me the most. There's never been a plan. It's always just kind of been, I'm gonna do what I kind of enjoy, and what I enjoy doing slowly stopped being something that, well, the field got more competitive. So just doing what I enjoy kind of, it has slowly lost its traction, you know? It's not enough to be enjoying your job. You have to be as an entertainer, you can hate your job. What matters is that the people watching are enjoying what you're doing, you know? I have no idea what I'm doing and you can't stop me. No, but the lack of money certainly can. So, like, I'm due up to do my taxes now, and with this revelation that, like, what's going to happen if my income happens is like, it's going to majorly affect how I calculate my my taxes for the next year. Because a lot of people don't know this, but if you are in a situation where you have to, if you don't have an employer pulling taxes out of your income, and you have to pay your taxes on your own, if you do not come up with a methodology to prepay your taxes, and it turns out you own, I think, in excess of $2,000 of taxes at the end of the year, which if you're earning a living wage, it's very likely that you owe $2,000 of taxes within a calendar year. So if you owe in excess of $2,000 at the end of the year and you didn't prepay, you are fined for not prepaying your taxes. And that was something I dealt with for a couple of years until I figured out how the hell to give the IRS money. Because the IRS certainly does not make it easy to just fork your prepaid taxes over to them. There is an entire system and operation for, like, planning for it. And anytime that you file your taxes, you have to find an extra form as a self-employed individual. And this is kind of a hidden form too. They're like, yeah, so prepaid taxes is something that we don't assume anybody does because you're probably a business if you're paying taxes to us for employees and stuff. So we don't automatically ask you if you've paid any taxes in. So you have to go, like, deep into the system to find where the tax form is, so that you can, when you're calculating your taxes, tell the IRS, hey, I already paid. How do we calculate that? And, you know, of course, it's like, it's not even the 1099. It's like a 40873C-B72 or something. It's a very deep form because it is not something that the vast majority of people in America have to deal with. If you're you know, independent or a freelance of any type, you learn what that form is and you learn how to file it. But finding it, in my experience, every year is an enormous pain in the ass because it is never easy to find, and because it's not a common form that you heard about whenever from the first day you ever filed taxes. Good luck remembering what it was. At least that's been my experience. What would you do with a big chest of copper blocks? I would probably make lots and lots of roofs. I would make copper roofs because copper roofs are really pretty. I like the way that they weather steadily. Like, you got to be a little bit careful with the copper roofs. In Sideshale, whenever I did a big copper roof on the warehouse, I had to be, like, super careful because I was, like, part of the roof was supposed to be just straight copper so it would weather, and another hunk of the roof, and I basically put bands across the roof that were never supposed to weather, so I had to wax some of the copper, and keeping track of which copper blocks, when they all look the same because none of them are weathered, is an interesting experience. Because, like, okay, well, like, this is supposed to be the wax copper over here, and then over here it's supposed to be the non-wax. It's a back and forth, man. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. I think I can say for all of us, we love having you for the ride for as long as you are willing to drive till it's time to stop. Yeah, that is definitely, definitely. I'm happy. I'm happy to have done this in any capacity, especially for as long as I have, you know? And I have a habit of, like, getting into the details of, like, and this is the reason why you're never supposed to do Inside Baseball, okay? I'm just talking about the reality of it. I face this reality every single day. And that's the reason why you don't talk about it with your audience. If you talk about it with your audience, it becomes clear very quickly how very difficult it is to come up with something that is come up with something sustainable in the social media entertainment landscape. And it turns into a downer so fast. And, like, you've got to be creative and entertaining and congenial, you know? facing that reality every day. It is, well, to say that it would be easy would be a lie, you know? Like, being freelance and you know, my own boss and everything has taught me a lot in life. I've learned far more from doing YouTube and Twitch and being semi-successful. I would never qualify myself as fully successful because I was never able to do this just straight up full time. But I have learned so much from doing this. So much more than my job that I still carry has ever taught me. It is a trial by fire. Sometimes you got to learn stuff the hard way, and I certainly learned the hard way because there were no social media stars for me to learn from. You know, there were no social. I'm a first generation YouTuber, man. I remember when there was a period that adults were coming to you know, not specifically me, but the likes of me, saying like, my kid really loves watching you and wants to do what you do for a living. How do you do this? How do you do this for a living? You know, I don't understand. He wants to learn how to be a YouTuber, and I don't know what any of that means. Of course, you know, like, it's from where I'm standing, I'm like in my early to mid 20s, and I'm being asked this by like adults of kids, you know, like 30, 40-year-old adults, and they're asking these questions. So I'm like, I just kind of started putting stuff up whenever I got out of high school, and it went somewhere, you know? So like, on one hand, the whole aspect of doing this has been super educational, but it also has taught me the benefit of the simplicity of a job, where it's like, you show up, you do what you have to, you do your job, and you go home at the end of the day. You know, you don't have larger responsibilities. Like, this being a YouTuber has absolutely taught me the benefit of just being an employee, because I've walked both roads the entire time. I've never quit my job, in no small part because I'm in America and I have platinum quality insurance at my job. So the wonders of union membership. And who knows, maybe if I hadn't had such a you know, a nice solid lifeline in my job that I have, maybe this never would have happened. Maybe if I didn't have that solid line from my job, I would have been encouraged or forced to be more creative and more outgoing with YouTube and social media and whatnot. I don't really know. I hope, you know what? I'm gonna stop talking about this. I don't think anybody's enjoying it. I've done exactly what I shouldn't, so I'm gonna hold back now. I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to make anybody upset. All right, that's it. That's enough of that. Let's go ahead and escape the nether now. Well, wait a minute. I want to fix this platform up real fast. Ah. I've audited self-employed tax returns. Nope. Clusterfuck. A lot of people do LLCs to get around this type of thing. Please, educate me on this tax information, because it sounds a lot like you know way more about taxes than I do. And I feel like I know far more than the average individual already, so... You're not a tax professional. What had you auditing freelance work then? I'm rather curious. I looked at tax returns in an underwriting aspect, so it was basically trying to prove that they had the income that they said they did, so it's not knowledge on knowing how to do taxes as much as delivering income. Okay, yeah. Underwriting, delivering income, basically securing funding to be able to pay a loan back. But I do know that I had heard of several kinds of people like you, and basically it ends up being financially easier to be an LLC than it does to individually tax yourself. I'm certain that that's the case because companies are taxed at a lower rate than people. You gonna try and get a happy ghast? I've heard you can get it by trading with the piglin. I still haven't updated my Minecraft world to that level of to that version of Minecraft. I'm still running 121.1, so check out forming an LLC. I think you're absolutely right about that, NB. Like forming an LLC would absolutely be the most advantageous and responsible thing to do for me. At the same time, I think the only way that I do that is if I can... I would have to make a hard decision to go into... to double down on social media. I would have to double down on social media to make it work. Because there is so very, very little income left to justify establishing an LLC just to basically potentially dissolve it down the road. So I would have to make the decision to double down on social media content with a content platform strategy. What am I doing? I don't need to go in there. And then form the LLC for the benefit. Oh no, I just meant if you were to keep going. And that doesn't really seem to be in your heart, and you're married now. The taxes are tied. Taxes are a wonderfully complicated topic. A wonderfully complicated topic, and they always will be. And that is not changing anytime soon. Okay, so I got a bunch of stuff that I need to get out of here. Honestly, I don't know where my heart is at for a lot of these things, you know? I mean, if it was my job day in and day out to constantly make original, interesting content still, because I was still doing it. I'll be entirely honest. I haven't really done interesting, not what I would consider interesting and original content in a long time. So I don't know. I don't know. I've been told from some friends that look at me that it's like, hey, you just look tired all the time when you're trying to do the entertainment thing. Like, I've been approached and told that several times over. And that leads me to question whether or not this... Where the hell did all these mushrooms come from? Anyways, I'm gonna stop talking about it. I've definitely not done a good job of getting any like being a nice, lively, and congenial person that you want to watch. The view count right now says that in spades. But you're authentic. Ah, this is actually an interesting topic. This is an interesting topic. People say they want authentic. This is a fun little detail that I've come to learn, not just from my own experience, but like discussion amongst people who make content online. Everyone says that they want authentic. They want a facsimile of authentic. Okay? Like authenticity. And I think the biggest creator in social media today is Mr. Beast. Okay? And one of the things that a lot, and I mean a lot of people hate about Mr. Beast is his inauthenticity. Okay? His extremely plastic, obviously paper-thin lack of authenticity. But to the audience, which is not insubstantial, the size of his audience, to his audience, he is coming across as authentic, as a form of authentic, a performative type of authentic that is all of the things that you want to be in the society that we live in. NB? Well, I mean, you're definitely going for the throat there, but your words, not mine. Do I not have a stack of chests with... Wow, I don't think that I have a place for magma blocks here. If this is true, it is madness. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. How on earth is this possible? I want to find out where on earth I've been stashing magma block, because I certainly have not been putting it here, which is where I thought I've been putting it the whole time. Holy freaking moly. Alright, well, we'll just put that stuff away. Everything is fake. Everything is a lie. Our whole lives. People are lying to us about things. I just want some realness. I don't know. I think people say they want realness, but the truth is that people want comfort. People want comfort more than anything else, especially in these uncertain times we live in. So I turned on survival mode in Skyrim, but I don't know how to check those things. Survival mode in Skyrim. You know, they introduced that after I stopped playing Skyrim. So I don't actually know how that plays. I don't know how its experience goes. All right. Go back to Midcrest and find out what on earth is going on. You don't think people want intellectual conversation? I think that a lot of people do not want an intellectual conversation that leads to them needing to get up and do anything. Realness, this day in our lives, and in our society, basically necessitates that you not only advocate for change, but you advocate and tell people how to get up and make change happen. The unfortunate truth about our media landscape is that what is beneficial is people watching. Like if you are part of the media landscape and you are making stuff, you are rewarded for keeping people watching. You are not rewarded for getting people to stop watching. And to be real about a lot of societal issues demands that you tell people, stop watching, get up, go outside, and do this, this, or this, you know? Whether that is, you know, like volunteer or start calling your local politician or elected representatives and stuff. Nihilism, by telling people everyone sucks on social media and there's nothing you can do about it, so just keep sitting and keep watching, sells way better because it's easier for people to sit and do nothing. And to tell people that you can change this, you can fix it, nobody really wants to change or fix it because that means getting up off of the couch. It's not a situation of being a bad person, it's a situation of having to put yourself in an uncomfortable situation. And we as humans have so many different situations where we will actively choose to do nothing because it is more comfortable and easier. And I think that ties into the whole concept of being real with people. People say they want you to be real with them, but so very, very frequently, it's actually, I don't want you to be real with me. I just want to be told that I'm right and that everything will get better without me doing anything. As if I can identify the problems will stop existing. If that statement makes any amount of sense. Yeah, there is no place for me to put this stuff. I guess I have to actually actively start. I have to come up with a place to put magma block in the warehouse now. I didn't think that this was something I was going to have to solve today, but here we are. Oh my god, I'm going to be doing so many trips out. Hello, Ratchet. You seem to be present and begging me for something. Okay, so for example, you encourage me to look up how AI centers may be using public funds. So I went on my state website, I looked up the regulations to see what was going on in my area. Sometimes people do get off their asses, but it's hard and there's a huge burden for anyone to do. Sometimes we don't have it in us. I don't know, man. Maybe Like, my goals have shifted with what I want to watch on YouTube. Once upon a time, when it came to YouTube, I was mostly focused on like, give me gaming content. You know, that's all I want to watch. I just want to watch gaming content. I don't watch a lot of gaming content anymore, and I think part of me is has realized if I keep doing this, streams will continue to be a game-centric thing. I'll never stop playing video games, but I don't know that I don't know that I'll continue to just stick to video games. But also, there's the challenge that if I decide to follow through on that statement, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to turn into a vlog channel, you know? Because that's still a relevant form of content, and there's a whole lot of it out there. I think about what I would end up doing, and I think talking about the problems of the day and how we tackle them and what we do about them is a more likely thing, because I think that that's salient. I think it's more salient to talk to people and be like, yeah, if you're in America, these are the problems that face us today, and these are the things that we can do to actually address them. But it takes all of us getting up and doing something about it to actually see it happen. No one person can fix the world. It takes all of us to try and do that. Hello, Dave. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Did you just show up, or have you been lurking for a bit? Because I've certainly been spinning quite the yarn. I've broken one of the cardinal rules. I'm being real, and we live in a bit of a downer world today. Taking a break from serving Sue breakfast and Brit. Oh, does that mean that you finally got over your, like, the RSV or whatever that you had? Because I know that you were struggling for quite a while with a pretty awful respiratory infection or something. Colds suck. She went back to sleep because she's eepy from the big meal and big day. Oh no, I'm still pretty sick, but we make do. Oh, man. Well, I hope you get better soon. Do I have... Yes, I do have sandstone. Ugh. Not enough sandstone, but I have sandstone. Okay, I have to decide where to put magma block now. I guess I'll just put it down on this end cap. Whoop. I'll come up with a methodology to regularly create magma block. Because you could... Magma block is one of the things in this game that you can actively, like, craft. You just have to make a magma slime farm, which I'm kind of doing, so... I'm irritated by the current project as well, so I'm taking a Twitch and Greg break. Well, you enjoy that break, yeah? I have just, like, I have neglected for a long time to move a bunch of materials from my various farms, oh, excuse me, into the warehouse, so I'm riding the rails endlessly today. Well, to everyone else in chat who has come along and decided to say hi today, thank you for coming along. Thank you for being a part of the community and the group and everything, you know? Regardless of how things turn out for me, financially, given what Twitch is doing, it's great to have you here. Thank you very much. Now I have to answer the question of what the hell I'm going to do with myself. Because I've basically moved everything from point A to point B. I don't know what to do next. No, Ratchet, go away. Golly. He literally just walked out of the room 2 minutes ago. This is regular Minecraft. I have a hard time playing regular Minecraft ever since I started modding. You know, everything's a little bit different for everyone. In my case, the whole reason that I play regular Minecraft is because I have a forever world. The forever world is a really, really big deal to me. I wouldn't be playing Minecraft still if I didn't have this forever world, probably. It is a game that I have a start and stop relationship with, and I would definitely have less interest in continuing to play Minecraft as long as I have, without having a world that has been persistent for 10 years, you know? Well, 15 years now, I think. When was the 1.0 release of Minecraft? Because this world it predates the 1.0 release of Minecraft, and I don't remember when that was. Like it was like the final days of beta. I think most folks have a start and stop relationship with Minecraft. Yeah. I mean, it's absolutely true. Like the whole concept of like starting a new world, you play for like what I think probably the normal time period is like a week. You might start like really, really strong with friends and you're all playing at the same time, and then you all start playing slightly different times of each other because, you know, your schedules don't line up, and then by the end of the week or the end of the month or something, it's like, yeah, everybody's kind of abandoned it because that's just the way that it is with Minecraft. I remember being wildly fed up with the whole prospect of starting over so many times with Minecraft, and that was the reason why I ended up making the forever world. I was like, maybe I can get around this problem of just the start-stop experience by making a forever world. And I didn't even think of it of a forever world. I thought of it as, you know, like utilizing the distance system with the nether portals to basically create the experience of starting a new world. It's like, oh, there's an update, there's a new world. Let's just do the whole thing with the nether portals to basically spawn new areas and just build a brand new village. And then, like, all of the villages that I build will just be on one save file instead of just completely different save files every single time. I think one of the reasons folks find projects like Hermitcraft so exciting is because it is catharsis for their failure to keep a shared experience going consistently. I mean, do you mean, like, in totality, the concept of Hermitcraft? Because, like, don't they basically discard the worlds at the end of every season? For that matter, how long is a season of Hermitcraft? I've never actually watched Hermitcraft, so I don't actually know. But you're kind of getting at the core of one of the things that I try to do with content creation in this game, you know, like trying to look at the human aspect of like what people want to see. And it's about a year on average, and folks play a big world with sort of fixed project goals. Okay. Because that was something that was like, I remember trying to communicate this concept to the Yogscast when I was with them. That there needs to be a... people like seeing progression, and they like seeing the world build, and you shouldn't get so stuck in on set building. The more you do set building, the more you're pumping up your production costs on the back end and eating up time making something that people will see for all of 5 seconds. And that doesn't mesh with the business model of publishing videos on YouTube. Ultimately, I think that my message, it either wasn't worded right or it just straight up fell on deaf ears because, well, I won't get into why. But I remember being like, no, make the creation of the space that people see an element unto itself, because the world is a character. So what you want is for people to feel attachment to the world. I think I realize why there's no magma cream over here. This should go in the alchemist shack. Or not. There could be nothing in here. Okay, that's fine too. And I remember that was an enormous part of how I ended up doing my original Strife Solution series. It was like, yeah, you get to watch me build just a big tower. That was my whole thing. It was like, the tower is supposed to be the backdrop for a whole bunch of things that happen, but the building that tower needs to be a story unto itself, so that people, when people watch you wandering around it, or if you do something like destroy it later on down the line, it has way more impact. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hang on. Oh my nose. I've returned. I had to blow my nose. It still feels like there's something stuck in my nostril, but hey, at least I blew my nose. Also, it takes a lot of work to stick to a single Minecraft world. It takes a lot of work to stick to it. Right. Moss carpeting. This is something else that needs to leave this place. Hey, Black Claw, how you doing? You hope I get better. Oh, I'm fine. It's just allergies. Like, for the longest time now, we got a pretty desperate cold snap around here, and it dried things out. And now we're getting a sudden like rainstorm that is just like, you know the type of rainstorm where it rains lightly all day long. That's not what we're getting. What we're getting is rain pissing down for like 30 minutes, and then no rain for hours, and then it'll piss down for another 30 minutes. All of this to say, definitely the type of molds that grow immediately after a rainstorm are in the air, and I'm paying for it. Piss. Yes, you heard me. Piss. I don't like, now that I think about it, saying that the rain is pissing down, I don't know if that's an Americanism or if that's a Britishism, because I certainly spent enough time with limeys to pick up their terminology. Ugh, Amazon consistently bothers me about reordering stuff. Admittedly, they're right on time. It is time for me to put another order into Amazon for the things that I cannot purchase anywhere else, but I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna hold off. And you know why? I have a question. Have any of you ever heard of something called Cheerwine? I'm going to the wrong place right now. I don't need to be taking moss carpet to fucking side shale. Side shale is for storing blocks, not for storing carpets. Crap. Okay, so this is what happened a little bit ago. I'm browsing I'm browsing social media, specifically Reddit, because that's my poison of choice, and someone, I think it was from the Today I Learned. Yeah, it was from the subreddit for called Today I Learned. And they were like, it turns out that Dr. Pepper is in its own class of soft drinks officially, because it's not a cola and it's not an uncola, you know, like it's not like a Sprite or anything. So instead it's in a category called pepper drinks. And I was like, that's interesting. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if it's true. But I'm like, I've kind of known this the whole time, that Dr. Pepper is kind of unique. And I check in. I look to see what other people have to say. And someone eventually makes the statement, yeah, it just kind of tastes like black cherry to me, you know? And someone immediately replies, if you think that Dr. Pepper tastes like black cherry in any capacity, you should probably give Cheerwine a shot. And then there's a surprisingly long discussion that breaks out of this, where people are like, what do you mean? Is it wine? And they're like, no, it's not wine. It's a brand of soda called Cheerwine. 2 words with no space. Okay, like the 2 separate words, but put them together with no space. Cheerwine. And I'm like, interesting. It's from the Carolinas, either North or South Carolina, I believe. This stuff is expensive. It is expensive. And they do sell it in my area, but I'm going to have to go out of the way to grab it. Now, I happen to have a doctor's appointment on the other side of the city on Tuesday. So I'm like, you know what? I think I'm going to be close enough to one of the grocery stores that carries it. So I'm gonna check in after I'm done with my my medical appointment. So I'm legitimately curious about Cheerwine, because it costs a pretty penny too. It costs a pretty freaking penny. I would prefer to like grab a single glass bottle from a local grocery store to figure out if it's any good before I spend like $20 on a 12-pack, because that's how expensive this stuff is. Here we go. Okay. I should have done this the whole time. There we go. Moss carpet. So like after reading this breakout discussion about a custom or a small scale brand of soda in America, I'm like, well, now I need to find out what it tastes like. I really do. And who is it? Squid, Goggles' husband, was going on about like loving it, and then went out to the local grocery and bought some for themselves. It's just like, oh, okay, interesting. Curious about it, even though I'm on a caffeine-free diet. Oh, geez. Well, I don't know. I don't know how on earth you would ever live on a caffeine-free diet. Speaking of which, I'm out of coffee. So you know what? I didn't know that I had quartz in here. Jeez. It's time for a coffee break. Ugh. Oh, golly. Just cutting down your caffeine intake by a lot. I have to ask, what was your caffeine intake to need to cut it down by, quote, a lot? What is a lot? That's it's different to everyone. So every single time I hear that, if I am even mildly interested, I'm like, please define what a lot is in this particular scenario. I could go through a 2 liter of pop easily in a day. I've been drinking more water, limiting myself on how much pop I'm drinking. That's a reasonable thing to do. That is an absolutely reasonable thing to do. And I give you congratulations on getting that under control. I find it absolutely interesting to hear you say this, because like for me, I basically gave up on colas and soft drinks, you know, carbonated beverages as it were. Soda pop. Whoops. If you want to be particularly archaic about it. Coke Zero and rye whiskey. God. I basically gave up on it as best as I can. I keep the stuff around the house, but I drink very small amounts of the stuff. Mostly, I keep it around because I'm like, this really is great for mixing with alcohol. And I keep myself away from alcohol for the most part on the weekdays, but the weekends it's like, hey, I can enjoy a drink now. So it's like, no, don't drink on the weekdays, but drink on the weekends type situation. And even then, it's not binge drinking or anything. Okay, what do I want to do here? Let's see. Okay, I have the title of the stream was Herding Frogs. I need to get frogs into a safe... I need to safely get frogs into a space in the nether. That is my goal. That is my actual goal. So... okay, I need a mica vein, and they're rare, and the alternative is grinding 700 emeralds. I have been Gregged. Oh no, Dave. Oh no. If I do want a pop, I go for root beer Sprite. Root beer or Sprite. Okay, okay. There's a root beer Sprite. What the hell is that? I think my migraine is coming back. Oh, man. That's not fun. Root Sprite. Man, I'm over here. I went and I planted a little farm, and I was farming nothing but beetroots for ages, thinking that I was being smart. I'll have, you know, nothing but beetroot soup while I'm here, and then I realized the reason nobody eats beetroot soup because the damn bowls don't stack. Rock and rye is great, especially on Valentine's Day. Okay, so, I need to get frogs into the nether, and I need to drag them to a location. This is going to be a long process, man. I had better actually have the location in the nether set up to receive the frogs before I go about grabbing them and dragging them where they need to be. Why is there so much basalt here? You know what? We're just going to leave it. We're just going to leave it. I don't know why I have anything. That's a lot of diorite. Holy crap. Don't make me beat your ass. Oh, for God's sake. Frog memes commences. Oh, for... Hang on. I need to adjust this camera. It's in the way of the chat. There we go. Okay, so... let's take a look at the little frog house that I built over here, because this was a custom-built frog house over the hill. Specifically taking advantage of the fact that there is a desert biome over here. I mean, there's a fair number of... Ooh! Oh my God. Why are they congregating at the damn door? What the... Stupid froggy asses in here. If only there was a way to manage them. Alright, you know what? I don't care. If you get out now, you die. That's just it. There's enough of you for me to breed more. Okay, so... nothing particularly complicated about it. Yeah, I guess I didn't really need to look at this in the first place. This is fine. What version of World are you on? I'm still on 121.1. I've been so I've got no good excuses other than the fact that I haven't fired this up in an age and a half. At this point, a bunch of the tools are probably compatible with newer versions of Minecraft. So I can definitely run an updated version at this point. I remember you were talking about a couple of different tools that were like in... At least one tool that was in competition to replay mod. Several. Also, World Edit is being soundly replaced. Really? World Edit, of all things? Now you can use this one cool mod to take slices of your world and render them. I can only wonder how Element Animation is taking advantage of these types of things. You know, for as long as I leave these two little furnaces chugging along on this whole brick quest, it's never done. Okay, so what I think I want to do is build a house that is probably... It needs to be 3 by 3 on the interior, at least. Maybe 5 by 5. What do we want to make it out of? It's probably going to be a temporary structure. So we don't really need to make it out of anything fancy. So for that reason, maybe we just make it entirely out of cobblestone. But I don't know that I have a whole lot of cobblestone here. I'll make it out of cobblestone and I'll, I need to make the floor out of slabs. There's a bunch of well, you know what? Let's just go out to the location where I'm going to be dragging these frogs to. Because it's going to be just down the road from the Solution Tower. Because there's a basalt delta there that I already have mostly excavated. So what's most important is basically getting the frogs into place and then just keeping them there. Come to think of it, I don't really need to put the frogs in the basalt delta yet. I just need to get the frogs into the area. Yeah, so that means just getting myself out there, making a secure space for the frogs to be, and then storing those frogs inside of that space. Potentially, it would behoove me to... I hate ghasts so much. Potentially, it would behoove me to make certain that... How do I phrase this? It would behoove me to have all of the frogs near the Solution Tower so that I could make more of them in the event that they die in the farm. It shouldn't be possible for them to die in the farm because of the setup that I'm going to build for them. Crazy idea. Instead of one single diving rod in my inventory, auto mapping ore veins that have selected, what if I make like 10 of them and I just hang glide all over them? Oh my god. You're getting your big brain moments in here, Dave. I can tell. Oh, happy day. I have tinnitus in my right ear. It's just suddenly started ringing with reckless abandon. Weird. Oh, it's access to the Soul Sand Valley. Right, I forgot about this. Join me in permanent tinnitus in both ears. Then one ear doesn't seem so bad. Forever the Banshee screams. Me too, like really bad. I get tinnitus from time to time. It is temporary and it is always in one ear or the other, not both at the same time. Happy Valentine's Day, Galentine's Day, and Palentine's Day. But not Philanthier Day. Those people don't get a day. Geez, I wonder why you would ever say that. Okay, I think somewhere in this vicinity is what I want to do. Okay, so this is the stairway down. And I don't think that I've really done much of anything for storing the frogs away. I don't think that I've done much of anything for digging around here, so... Okay, we're also going to... Oh, scusa. So that's 3... by 3. Of course I would hit lava. Will be nice and... Oh, wait a minute. We want to lower the floor here. Because I don't want the I don't want any mobs potentially spawning in here. Add one singular torch. We'll put a door on the front. We'll put slabs on the bottom. And then this is going to be our frog storage. Hello, Strife. Chat. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well, Doomsday. I hope everybody is having a happy Valentine's Day. Oh my god, I have a lot of stuff that I need to just freaking transport out of here. Holy moly. Can I get a... Okay, yes, I do have a door. Do I have... just cobble? I just want to use cobble. Cobble, please. Cobble. I don't think there's any cobble. Freaking crap. Do I have slabs sitting around in here anywhere? Okay, I have some polished blackstone. That'll do the job. Just make certain that there are no creatures that can spawn here. And this is going to be temporary, so there's no need to make that look better. So there we go. We have a frog storage container, center, whatever. Now it's just a matter of going and running all the way back. And since I'm going to have to run all the way back, I may as well... Oh, I missed a moss carpet. Oopsie. I may as well collect up as much of this stuff as I can. You know, come to think of it, I haven't I haven't been down into these mines in a hot minute, the blast mines. I have done so much blast mining down here. Okay, so there's nothing here that I need to move out. Like, this place is loaded to the, like, it's loaded to the teeth with the stuff for continuing to manufacture red nether brick. My absolute favorite color in the game. Red nether brick is so good. So good. Alright. Just continue hopping down the path, as it were. And then the next tactic, the next trick is that I have to grab a frog from the Church of the End. I have to grab a frog. I have to grab 2 frogs from... I have to grab 2 frogs from the, from Midcrest. And then I have to get them down this long, long, long highway and into frog storage. Lovely. This is the way that I prefer to lead my day. And I know that this is like the riveting type of entertainment. It is like watching me run back and forth on highways constantly. Even if I had finished the rail system, moving frogs across it wouldn't work. Oh boy. The most intense, rewarding thing ever. Hop, hop, hop. Yeah, I'm basically doing what those frogs do all the time. It's the Easter strike. Anybody got plans for Thanksgiving? Valentine's Day. God, what's wrong with me? You're stuck at work? That's not fun. Frog storage. Forage. We usually just spend the day together, give each other letters and treats. Maybe some other stuff. And ordering takeout. You see, that is a point that Tev and I were discussing yesterday, and she was like, "Man, there's that Indian restaurant where the curry it's too expensive. 2 orders of curry is like $50. It's the best curry that I can get in the city, in my opinion, but it's absurdly expensive." That is expensive. Yeah, like I said, freaking expensive. So, I had to take out pizza today. Kebab pizza with French fries and mild sauce, not spicy. That sounds very pleasant. I can't tell if I didn't get enough sleep, or if the sudden spike in humidity and heat, which is wild because today is a cold day compared to yesterday. I can't tell if I'm tired because of the barometric pressure and all of the rain, or if I'm tired because I didn't get enough sleep. I've spent so much time running back to side shale. And I'm also starting to identify that the Endermen they don't seem capable of standing on the train tracks. People usually say it's odd that we have French fries as a topping on pizza here in Sweden. Well, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever heard of French fries on pizza outside of like a couple of stories where people were like, I'm going to try doing this, and then they try it and it doesn't work out and they're like, that was disgusting. So I'd say the former rather than the latter because I was like that earlier. Oh, my word. All right. And here's Blackstone. Right, we'll get that out. Almost missed one. All right. Now to return to Midcrest. Once more. Unto the breach. Korean places do a lot of mix and match. Korean chicken for dinner? Oh my god. Ugh. Hello, Jiggle Ham. How you doing? How's your ham jiggling? Oh. All I want to do is yawn and yawn and yawn. Halo Reach music plays in the background. Time to do some push-ups. We just got the Korean Lays. The flavor was honey butter. They're not great. No, that's not good. Jiggling great as always. That's good to hear. That's good to hear, Jiggle Ham. Came into my office this morning. Found out that I accidentally left a pair of underwear on my chair. Adjusted it and heard something go thwump. Looked down. Oh. I don't remember where I put those there. Accidentally. Listen, I don't know if I should call myself slovenly or not, but just leaving stuff lying around. I do more of it as I age. I'm just like, yep, I absolutely care less than I used to. hell or high water, I am going to finish all of that beetroot soup. Beetroot soup, if I can help it. Isn't the saying that fucks are a final resource? I don't think I've ever heard that before, but what a phrase. What a phrase. Finite resource. Oh, finite. That makes a bit... That does make a difference. Okay, so... we are going to take a nap, and then we're going to go... We're going to go and get a frog. We're going to get a frog. We're going to drag him back here. I'll just use these. Do I have fences here? It would appear that I do not have spare fences. Do I have fences in here? Ah, here we go. Spare fences. I don't know that that's a functional solution, but it's a solution that hopefully it'll work. Hopefully it will work. This is gonna be the long trek here, man. Finite, like definite. Yeah, definite. Sure, that's a word. That's a word. Definitely a word. You know, Black Claw, I tried to mix push-ups into my my regular exercise regimen, and it messed with me. I have an old injury with one of my chest muscles that I got when I was like 12. Turns out doing push-ups massively reawakens that old injury in my chest. So I can't get like those crazy stupid big man boobs or pecs from doing a bunch of like butterflies or something, because it will fuck with my chest muscles. Oh boy, moving frogs across the landscape is going to be a slow and tedious thing to do. Oh dear, that's no fun. No, it is not. No, it is not. Like I had these nights where I had to sleep in a very particular way. I forget. I don't know how to phrase it, but like the way that I had to lie down was very specific so that I wouldn't get these pains in my chest while sleeping. All right. I found the frog house. I think green might be the color that I'm looking to extract from here. How do the pools look? Oh, the pools are looking pretty frozen. Should I harvest the pools real fast before before I pick up and leave again? What in the blazes? One of those frogs are a big fan of the House of Pain. I think I got the group right. I do not know what you're even talking about. Jump around. Excuse me. God damn it. God damn it. There we go. Hello, Ratchet. What do you want? No, you're not getting in my lap. You will shred my legs and you will put holes in my stockings. I'm absolutely murderizing my my Silk Touch pick here. Jump around? You don't know the song? Never even heard of it. I mean, there's a chance that I've heard the song, but I don't know song titles. I understand how that goes because I have an old leg injury from high school cross country. Yes, you have. Oh, so certain of yourself, NB. Jesus, what is up with the freaking ice just growing over the freaking... Ah! It enjoys trolling me. That's the only reasonable... Is it like an old 80s song or something? The jump song? Of course it freaking did. Get up and jump around. I guess the only thing for me to do here is to actually pull the song up and listen to it. Might have been 90s. Well, I guess... all of that for 14 pieces of blue ice. Can you tell that I've been at it for a while? All right, Ratchet. Okay. I will stop everything. I will mute my desktop because I don't want this to like get copyright claimed or anything. And we'll see how this goes. You can still hear me. Ah, okay. Okay. I remember this. I don't think I've ever heard this song outside of um the chorus. Yep. Okay. Ah, I jump, 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 jump. Yep. That is that is an inspirational and very recognizable track from the 80s or was it the 90s? 81. I like how they have the lyrics written in the description for this. And jump is a word that's just here and then it says like how many times you repeat it. And it's just like say jump 17 times and then further down say jump 17 times. You hit the end and it's like say jump 33 times. like double it. Well, there you go. There you go. Jump around Wikipedia. From the House of Pain, hip hop, released in 1992 on May 5th. Okay then. Well, no wonder I remembered so much whenever I was young. launch their careers into the freaking stratosphere with that one. Well, okay then. Is it still daylight or is it... No, I gotta go to the bunkhouse now. Whoops. Okay. Well, didn't mean to do that, but... Realizing things about a bunch of the stuff that you listened to when you were a kid there's something nice about that, you know? Kind of magical. Man, I get so distracted by all the farms that I've built on this server. I come out here, this farm is basically ready to harvest. Look at it. It's freaking-enormous. Okay, well, it's no time to get distracted. It's time to drag one singular froggy. Come here, my friend. Alright, come on. Let's go. Don't worry. The lead won't snap. I just have to continuously walk slowly and never run. Taking your frog for a walk, as you do. Yeah, why not? Do you not like it whenever I take my frog out? I hope it doesn't make anyone feel awkward whenever I walk around with my frog out. Hang on a minute. I just realized I should have taken my medication 2 hours ago. Some people get jobs as dog walkers. I have a job as a frog walker. Never underestimate the capability of a man to walk his frog. Walk your frog in public. Exactly. Like no one's watching. Well, I mean, I don't know if you're aware of it, but I'm kind of alone on the server. Nobody is watching. Unless I was streaming it. You know, with how old this server is, I actively ask myself... I actively ask myself, what should I improve to look better, and what should I leave in peace, leave as is? You know? Because there's so much on this server that was built a long, long time ago. And I don't know whether or not it's worth, like... Should I fix stuff to make it look right? Should I leave it, like, unfinished because... that's what makes the most sense, and I'm like preserving the history of it. Okay. Tev and I already brought some of the green frogs here, and I didn't remember that I did that. That's cool. That's cool. That's fine. That's fine. Mmm. Lovely. I'll admit, these little frogs are very, very cute. Oh, for God's sake. Alright, buddy boy. Stay there. Let's go grab another frog. This one is gonna come from the desert. We're gonna get a desert frog here. Okay, things are going well on my end, but I've realized I 8 times as much power as I'm producing to run this big machine. Greg! You know, Dave, as much as you are playing Greg Tech, all of the bumps along the road that you're experiencing, I am just biting my tongue most of the time, not to say something smarmy in response. Because you know my opinion on Greg Tech, right? Like, you know my opinion, so I'm just like, I can't say anything. I don't want to be an ass. I don't want to be an ass about this. You know, Will. Yes, Dave. The thing is, I actually sort of feel the same way about this world as you about your world right now. I've never felt like my choices matter so much. Alright. These stupid endies. Trouble that they make. Alright, you. Come this way. The squad hops into town. Wait, what? When the squad hops into town? Okay, I'm gonna have to check the achievements on this. I do not know what this achievement is. Probably has something to do with having leashed and tamed every single type of frog in the game, I guess. Alright, that's 3 frogs. Oh boy. Okay, so... I sent a message to some friends from Sweden and they said that fry pizza is real. Apparently it's really good. I don't even know what to say in response to this. French fries on pizza? Alright, come here, pal. Alright. Okay. Froggy boy, please. Please work with me here, Froggy boy. There we go. Okay. This tunnel over here is relatively safe. Just need to get it far enough in that a ghastly boy won't fling some fireballs at me. There we go. Frigida? Frigiza? Will may not be able to read this word, but it's literally perfect. Fry pizza? You mean Frigizza? Hub bought a poet shirt. Is your husband a poet and he didn't even know it? It's pronounced Fritza. Where did the extra... There it is. Come on, froggy boy. Come on. Oh, this is an entire challenge unto itself, but here we are. Okay, that's 2. Fritza. What could we just go like cut out that first R and just go for pizza? I swear I have just said out loud some very obscure terminology for a type of fetish porn. I'm certain of it. Pizza. God. All right, here we go. Okay. Okay, we have forgs ready for the taking. I've had a Spanish dish that has cheese and fried potatoes with a sauce and mayo. Sounds familiar. Sounds similar. Man. Potatoes are so versatile, man. So wildly versatile. They've got to be one of the best freaking vegetables. They are a root vegetable, right? I feel like potatoes are a root vegetable. And if I'm wrong about that, I'll be absolutely astonished. So I have this cast iron pan, right? And, man, it is something else. I will fry I will fry up bacon in this cast iron. And because I like thick sliced bacon, it tends to get like a lot of grease in it. So one of the things that I will do whenever there's a whole bunch of bacon grease and I'm like, I don't want to scrape this out into a freaking jar or anything. What I will do is I will specifically just take one, maybe two golden, like small potatoes, golden potatoes, not russet, not baking potatoes, small potatoes, and I will slice them up just in coins, basically. I will toss them with a little bit of spice, you know, like onion powder, garlic powder, and I will just throw those bad boys right into the skillet. I will throw it into all of that bacon grease in a cast iron skillet, because the one thing that I definitely learned was hash browns, when you make them from scratch, them bitches is thirsty. They will soak up so much oil and grease. And I put two and two together at some point. I was like, I don't want to freaking scrape the grease out of this pan and put it in a jar or anything. How on earth do I, like, move it out? And it suddenly dawned on me. It was like, oh, potatoes. We have potatoes. It's like, yeah. And that turns into a crazy good and filling snack. Like, I say snack, that's more like an entire freaking meal. I'll have to do this long walk another time to get frogs specifically on the Solution business park. Great hash, my friend. Hash browns are insane for how thirsty they can be, and how much and for how much they will. Just the insane amount of oil and grease that they will swallow up. Strife quote of the day. Them bitches be thirsty. Well, it's true. It's absolutely true. Actually, my friend Goggles was on about that the other day, because I published a video talking about, you know, I published a video talking about hightail, you know. Oh, God damn it. You forgy little asshole. Get your freaking jumpy butt in here. So I published this video about hightail, and someone comments something along the lines of, I'm here. I'll watch anything. I'm here for that voice and the dulcet tones or something. And the next time that I see Goggles, she's just like, what is up with your viewers? She does. All Goggles has known me as is just some smart-mouthed, shit-talking friend. That's all that I am to Goggles, okay? I'm a friend, but I am a smart-mouthed, shit-talking friend. That's what I am, okay? So for her to see the way she's baffled by the amount of thirst that has that comes my way on a regular basis. She's just like, what is going on? In a way, I get a very strong, like, her reaction kind of comes off as like a sister's reaction would come off, where it's like it just utter and complete bafflement to the concept that somebody that your you know, your stinky, unimpressive younger brother, you know, would be able to garner attention in such a capacity. So I don't know if that's what's going through her mind, but it's terribly entertaining to see her reaction to this stuff. So it's a thing. And that would be an occasion where you could call it a panty dropper. Oh, man. I guess we'll load up on some gravel here. Alright, so we've moved the frogs. Your voice is so good, people accuse it of being fake. To be entirely fair to the assumption of the voice being fake, I do a lot of audio processing to make certain that my voice is clean. And also, what permeates the media sphere that we live in is unscripted material where people do not know what they're talking about, and they're constantly going, you know, just having, putting in filler, as it were. So... Ew, you stink. I said that a while ago, just to clarify. Alright, I'm gonna bounce, have a good one, and see ya. Hey, have a good one, Jiggle Ham. Enjoy the rest of your day and let those hams jiggle free. That's another cup of coffee down. So Dave, you made a comment how you feel the same about this world that I work in as I feel about Greg Tech. Please expound upon that if you would be so willing, because I'm interested. You ever watched a movie where one character is like, so what's this all about? And the other person responds, it's a long story. But because of the situation they're in, the other person says, well, we got a lot of time. How about you tell the story? And then the other character gives like a 3-word response, which is the entire story. It's one sentence. And it's like, wow, that was a long story. Oh, I feel like your choices matter in that world. You care about the outcomes, the choices this mod pack puts... the outcomes. The choices this mod pack puts on you all matter. Even small things can have huge downstream ramifications. Oh, jeez. Didn't know that we were going hot and heavy here. Ramifications. Things I decide to do help me a lot. Things I decide not to do may hurt me a lot. Little optimizations can save you hours of real life work. Okay. I'm fascinated by this. I'm fascinated by this. I also got to bounce too. Have a good day, everyone. Might check back in. Will you enjoy the rest of your day there, NB? I will see you another time. Okay, so... Okay, I don't need those on me. Hope you will land if you bounce high. Oh my word. Okay, so oh my god. Okay, well, we'll grab some of this and we'll run back to side shale, and we will deposit more materials because I've done that so many times today. Where is this freaking block of sand? I know it's somewhere in this tunnel. There it is! I see it! Nah! Ah, I tried. Example, my choice on where to put my steel blast furnace means there's a big cloud of pollution setting there. Careful placement means it doesn't blight my farm, but walking too far adds up a lot. Yes. So wait, is the pollution like a fundamental component of Greg Tech, or is that like functionality that's been added in by one of the mods in the pack? You can turn it off, but it's on by default. Because I remember messing around with a pollution mod. It was an experience. It was most certainly an experience. And we've got basalt here. That's deep slate. Where's the blackstone? Blackstone, and then we've got nether brick. And finally, we have gravel. Gravel. That's not gravel. That's basalt. Oh, me and my bath salts. So many of them. Hello, Tevla. Good night, everybody. Hope everybody is having a good weekend. Indeed. Good night, Helio. I assume that you said that as a goodbye. Rest well, I believe. Well, like, considering I've made 85,000 charcoal in this world, it seems reasonable to say that might have consequences on the local environment. Oh my god, Dave. You're just wrecking the local ecosystem. As God intended. Just got here. Oh, it was a hello then. Hello games. No. I don't know when I'm gonna get to it, but I need to finish building this this bunkhouse for the NPCs, Because I got sick of juggling NPCs over in this little shack, which is supposed to be the access point for my my ink farm. Forgot how fast the cherry logs can go because of how big the trees are. Meanwhile, I'm over here and, like, the things that are going to take the longest are the warped and the crimson stem. Dark oak is almost finished. Acacia is finished. Oak is very close to done. Birch, nowhere near done. How's the spruce doing? Spruce is, like, about halfway. I haven't even farmed spruce here at all. Man, mangrove trees are going to be a pain in the ass. Hardly started them, and it's because of all of the roots that come with them. And if once I update the server, I'm going to have to do the pale trees. I forgot what they're called. But the white trees are going to have to be something that I farm. So that's going to be fun. The question is, do I stay here and mess around with side shale? Do I ride the rails again? I'm gonna ride the rails again. I want to go back to Midcrest. Midcrest is preferable to hanging out here at Sideshale. I've spent so much time at Sideshale. One of these days I'm going to have to go back to the end and continue, like, slowly shaving the top off of the main island. Because I've been doing that for a long time, just shaving the top off of the main island for as much endstone as possible. That's another thing that's going into the warehouse. Long trips, man. Long trips. How you doing there, Tev? I keep yawning. And I don't know if it's because of the weather or because of how I slept. Might be a bit both. I feel like I have a constant booger in my nose. It's just like, oh, okay, this is the sensation of a perpetual booger. It shall never leave. Doesn't matter if you shove a finger up your nose or blow your or use a tissue. There's definitely out. Yeah. Oh, so much. Oh, we. How many times have I gone back and forth on this particular stretch of the rail line? So a stubborn bugger? For God's sake. All right. Well, we've arrived on the other side. 200 times and counting. I don't know. That sounds like it may be a little bit of a hyperbolic. That might be hyperbole. Oh, that's right. When the squad hops into town, get each frog variant on a lead. Oh, okay. So that was an achievement that I got. When the squad hops into town, get each frog variant on a lead. I guess. And I got that not whenever I had all of them on leads. So, like, I had done all of them in one singular play session. And I think that that's what did it. Well, at least I ran out, and I grabbed a frog from the Church of End and dragged it back here, only to find out that Tev and I dragged a bunch of frogs from the Church of End a long time ago. I haven't wasted any of my time whatsoever. You didn't remember the frog time we spent together? No, Tev, I did not. It was so loving and meaningful, and you forgot. Tev, you were complaining the whole time. Now that I remember that it was a thing that we did, I remember you being very complaining. I remember you complaining a whole bunch that we had to freaking move frogs. What kind of husband? One that does not remember his, who has no interest in remembering his wife complaining. I call bullshit you don't remember. Well, I only remember it now. I didn't remember it initially. You're just saying that to save face. No, darling, that's not the case at all. I'm saying it because it's goddamned true. Oh, you're just saying it to be an ass, right? No, sweetheart. Nothing of the sort. Something that I should really do is set up a place that has, that just runs automated, kelp production. Because, like, I've got an automated kelp harvester here, but it's not really... It's got problems. I know that it's not working as fast as it should. And also having an automated, bamboo harvester makes a whole lot of sense. So the idea here is that I have this placard. Coal does 88 units. A block of coal does 80 units. Coal block? Wait. Yeah, 80 units. A kelp block does 20, and a blaze rod does 12. So there's a lot of different resources you can use to fuel your smelting operations in this game. And I kind of like kelp because it's an idler. It's an idle option. Now, naturally, you're gonna ultimately need all sorts of different resources for various reasons eventually. But, I like kelp blocks, but the thing is, I believe it takes... And then there's infinite lava. Yes, infinite lava is also a thing. The thing is, I really, really like... I really like the option of kelp blocks because you can fully automate them and they can be fully AFK. And you do that with a bamboo farm, because I believe bamboo burns for half of an item or maybe as little as a quarter of one. So it basically takes 4 bamboo. Well, 2 to 4 bamboo in order to smelt one single piece of kelp. So the idea is that you set up an automated bamboo farm for the express purpose of just making kelp blocks. And now with auto crafters available, you just, you know, you feed the cooked kelp through an auto crafter to make the kelp blocks. So it's 100% automatable. You can 100% automate it, but I'm of the opinion that I don't know how much I want to do to the original village that I built here. Hello, Enochian. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not entirely certain how many more automated systems I want to build up in the original village here. And part of me is thinking to myself, you know, you've got the solution tower. You really do need to fill it with things. You need to spend more time at the solution tower. It's a set piece. You should work more on improving it rather than continuing to build 1.5 million of these like ramshackle little farms in tiny little buildings around the original village. So I think I'm getting to a point where I'm planning on moving more of my production out to the solution tower. Playing with a mod pack? Nope, this is vanilla. It's not even fully updated vanilla. It's an older version of vanilla because I haven't updated my forever world. This is a forever world if you are interested in knowing. Oh crap, this. I swear, dripstone takes so long to grow. Like this was an original type of farm as well. I had never built one before, and I learned a whole lot in the process of making it. It's definitely not proper and efficient. It's got a problem with the minecart stopping over here. I think it has something to do with chunk boundaries, I think. I don't know for certain. You know what? We're gonna silk touch it this time. Doing this always gives me so much, like, anxiety. Because with a super high level efficiency pick, I am just holding the click. I'm just a tiny step away from losing the budding amethyst that spawns all of this stuff. I need to get a witch farm running on this server too. I think I know a location where I can do that. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it. Alright, let's check the other geodes in the area. I wonder if Vanilla Craft has automation or without redstone. With or without redstone. Well, I mean, there are the auto crafters. And there's a surprising amount of stuff that you can automate in the game, but it's just not like... I think I went down the wrong path here. Didn't mean to do that. This was the wrong way to go. A lot of automation that can be done in Minecraft with mod packs is basically like a one-block solution because the mod pack has a singular block to solve the problem. A lot of the automation that you can do in Minecraft is going in super deep on the vanilla mechanics and manipulating them in ways that were probably never intended for some of the stuff, but for other things, it's like, oh yeah, they totally designed it in a way so that it would fit into the existing way that people automate certain sections of the game, you know? Okay. 2 more geodes to go after. Ugh. Oh, I wish I could get my nose to stop feeling like there was something stuck in it. Is this close enough to mid-crest for the geodes to have spawned anything? Looks like it. I don't know how far away this is from my typical idle spot. That's another component of why it's so hard to get away from mid-crest. There are so many farms built up around it. It's like, well, if I idle anywhere else, this stuff isn't gonna happen, you know? Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna touch belchy. It's all that coffee. All right. It's a matter of collecting. Okay, so that's another one down. We'll go for the last one now. I was wrong. There are 2 more to go. God, I forgot how many geodes were over here. This place is just like absolutely flush with geodes. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It wasn't the important block that I broke. It was the unimportant block that I broke. Do not get distracted when trying to mine the amethyst. Do not break your budding amethyst. For God's sake, man. Don't break the budding amethyst. So I finally got around to watching the final season of Stranger Things. And you know what? I don't understand why people were so upset about it. I saw so many people making fun of certain moments in the show, and I'm like, I don't know, it seems pretty fine to me. Never watched it, that series. Well, I mean, I picked it up whenever it was back in 2016, you know? I remember watching Stranger Things. Okay, what I distinctly remember was that 2016 was a year of... Was it 2016? Yeah, it was 2016. 2016 was a year of super highs and super lows for me. Because, like, I had some really high points in the first half of the year, and then a bunch of, like, not happy things happened in the later half of the year. So, um, what I'll never forget is just like, my girlfriend at the time had broken up with me. And that like I took that particularly hard, and I was just like, I was not in a great place. And I remember sitting there in front of my computer watching Stranger Things as a way to get away from the feelings that I was having, you know? And that's what I did. I watched Stranger Things, and I'll never forget that experience. And it helped me. You know, it helped me to forget for a little bit of time, which was gratefully helpful because, which was greatly helped by the fact that the first season of Stranger Things was a breakout success. Nobody really knew what it was. It was a surprise. Is it sci-fi? Kind of. It's not like going out into space and everything, but it's thriller adjacent. And I think if you were to go and binge the entire series these days, from season 1 to season 5, which took them a decade to make in totality, you would see a lot of the problems with the series because there's some inconsistencies. And there are absolutely plot holes, but if you watch it and you understand that each season was like supposed to be kind of a standalone thing almost, they were individually trying to do something different with each season, and it ultimately led, and it ultimately has an entire like long running storyline, but it's not really there to be like a super cohesive limited series like we're used to. There's so much entertainment where it's like every shot, every angle of the camera, every line of dialogue, everything is thought through so meticulously, and it's perfect at the end. Stranger Things was not done that way. Stranger Things was done a whole lot more to be like older style television, where it's like, yeah, we make a season and, you know, it's got a plot. There's a central plot that's carrying the entire series. But at the end of the day, you're also just kind of here for references to the era, you know, the 1980s. The show takes place during the course of like, I think about 7 years during the 1980s. So it's just a whole bunch of references to pop culture sprinkled throughout the thing. So if you take it in the sense of like, yes, there's a bigger story, but don't take it too seriously, then yeah, you'll have a lot of fun. I don't know if your experience as like a binge series will be good, but it's a thing. Although I just keep a chest with slower picks in it for the amethyst. Although I don't, Tev, but for you to marry her, I think you get a better person than the girlfriend. Looks interesting. So thumbs up, looks interesting. Gotta check out that series. I mean, take it easy. And frankly, the less you know about the series, the better, you know? The first season is probably the best because it was a very low budget, what was supposed to be horror. To some extent, not entirely. So a lot of stuff was thought through very meticulously for that first season, and I don't think it was really ever supposed to go past a first season, but then it became the Netflix flagship show. Man. Okay, so You know what? I need to refill my coffee. My throat is also drying out or doing something. It's probably a combination of how much talking I've been doing and how much the allergies are messing with me today. Oh, wait. Oh, golly. Allergies already, but it's not yet spring. No, it's we don't get spring around here. We get early summer, second early summer, third early summer, summer first, summer second, summer third, late summer 1, late summer 2, and late summer 3, and then 1 week of hard freeze. That's the life I get. All right. Oh, right. I should probably stir this. Look at you guys over here redeeming squats on me. Hello, Zouchin. How you doing? I forgot that I was stashing things like Blackstone here. Alright, do I have additional bamboo? I do have additional bamboo. Oh, right. I've been standing here long enough. I should probably run the clay again. This is just like a never-ending cycle for me. Just like, I come to Midcrest, and it is just constantly tending the various farms that are almost 100 AFK. except for like the last 1 percentage point of it, where it's like, well, you know, like normally it would be 100% AFK, but actually there's this other thing that you got to do, and blah 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 blah. I want my 10 squats with a view from the back. Well, I mean, you're gonna get a nice happy view this today because of what I'm wearing. Happy Valentine's to you guys, especially Will and Tev. Well, happy Valentine's to you as well. Okie dokie. Here we go. Let's, wrong shulker. Where is my... Oh, okay. Actually, I don't need that. I'm getting all mixed up here. I do not need my special hoe. I need my shovel to do this, and my axe. Whack. Oh, not yet. There we go. Reach at the top of the tree. This is the primary source that I have for sprucey wood. Loosey sprucey goosey. Go for it. You too, Zhao. We got approval. Yay. Tev, can we have shared custody of Will? You take weekdays, I get weekends. Oh my god. Oh my god. What exactly? What would we be doing? I'm assuming in combination with watching the squats, it would just be like squeezing my buns the whole time. That's what I'm imagining, like the shared custody would be like, oh no, he gets to be my piece for the weekend. What do you do? Well, I mostly just squeeze his butt the whole time. So like, do you do anything more than that? No, I just squeeze it. You know, it's squeezable. So. I'm not very sharing. Me neither, but I don't think we get a deal that favors the both of us. Oh, yeah, there are allergies. Ugh. I'll have my lawyer contact you. He is very nice. A good laugh at the end of the day. I love it. Well, I'm glad to be of entertainment. Of valuable entertainment. Come on. I like the fact that the spruce trees are so easy to chop down, but my word, is it a bit of a slog to actually chop them down. Like, even with the highest level pick, or well the most tricked out axe that I can have, it still isn't like a hot knife through butter, you know? Oh, that's... I've been wondering what the weird sound I've been hearing is. It's the frogs in the nearby house. How much? 5.5 stacks, roughly. Not bad. That's a pretty good haul. And I ain't talking about the type of haul that you do on a camera where you're just like, check out everything that I bought. Oh my god. You specifically have to be Valley Girl whenever you do it. Look at this. I went to the beauty store and I got some of the most incredible things. And oh my god, I think I spent a second mortgage worth in that store. Oh my god. Because, you know, that's specifically the way that that Valley Girls talk. You never want to suggest that Valley Girls talk in any other way. Went last weekend to a one-shoot session of Daggerheart. It was very cool. Loved it. Daggerheart. What is Daggerheart? A different system of D&D. Oh, okay. Like, it sounded like a tabletop game, but then, like, it also kind of sounded like you were talking about going to a stage show or something. Didn't know the stereotype of a valley girl is it that nasal tone? I don't think it's the nasal tone so much it is doing the ya part. Hello. Like I can do the ya part without having to actually go all nasally. I could do a valley girl accent without having to you know, change my voice. I just do it normally. It's mostly the cadence, if you understand what I mean. Also, it's really hard not to just like fall straight into the particular like voice. like it's difficult not to change my voice as a product of just doing the accent, because I directly associate the two, even though they don't have to be associated. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So let's go for that valley girl. Okay. Okay. This is an apt thing to do. Giving me a valley girl accent. It almost feels like it almost feels like you threw down the gauntlet for a challenge. Alright, you get some Valley Girl right in your ear holes now. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Full Valley Girl all the time. Wouldn't have it any other way. And now I'm gonna do that sexy clay scene from that movie that I've never seen, that was from like the 1990s or something. I don't know. My point is that I'm gonna be over here playing with clay. And obviously it has to be involved with that one film where like some woman was doing clay pottery and her like dead lover was helping her or something. I don't remember. Like I said, I never watched that. I keep putting more blocks of coal in this, and I just keep on not finishing. There's so much clay to actually freaking turn into bricks. Do I have any more of this? Yes, I do. I have lots of bricks. So many blocks of coal. Basically the most efficient thing in the game without actually having to build a freaking farm for it. I have so much of it sitting around. So it's just, let's go ahead and load up those furnaces. I could probably fix all of my equipment if I just break these furnaces and take all of the experience out of them. But that'll never happen. Because they're never going to stop because there's so much clay around here for me to actually process. Look at all the mud that I have to dry out into clay over here. I have to come over here and slap the clay. To stab it like it did something wrong. I have to stab it like I'm going to stab Jason Voorhees. He would never take me out. I'd be the final girl and I kill him. You hear me? I kill him. To keep cooking the rabbit too. I can't stop. There's a never-ending task around here for checking on things. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't done this in a while. I haven't checked the slime farm that I made. It's like a small slime farm. It's not a very good one. It's like kind of like not good. It's kind of small. Is this good enough? I don't know. No, this isn't where I need to be. I don't think. Wait, maybe this is where I need to be. Does this connect up to where I need to go? No, it doesn't. Alright, fine. We're going back. We'll actually take the freaking ladder all the way down. Really missing the same-sex parks from New Vegas. Playing a gunslinger, obviously, but missing out on the bonus damage towards men because I'm a manly gunslinger. Oh, you know what's really manly? Being gay. Because you only like men. This doesn't connect up to it. What am I missing? This must be what I'm missing. Oh, I didn't get off on the right floor. Ah, look at me. Egg all over my face. Oh my word. That is so much. Look at it. I have so much fucking slime now. I can live out my dream of no longer being a valley girl and I can be just a slime girl now. Oh yes, thank you so much. Devil Driver, you should have just taken the confirmed bachelor girl perk. No, not the confirmed bachelor girl, just the confirmed bachelor. Understand me? It's like super important. Okay, if you start saying Yas Queen, I'm gonna lose my shot. I only said it because you wrote it out. I didn't want to say it. That one doesn't count, you hear me? Is there enough space for these slime balls? Probably not. No, there's not enough space. Oh, slime balls are supposed to be going in there anyway. It's not a very efficient farm. Like, super not efficient farm. But I guess it works anyway. So that's fine. I have to eat beetroot soup. Is Yas Queen an analogy for anything? I don't think so. Pretty sure it's not. I've eaten nothing but beetroot soup but for like 3 years now. I'm having a real hard time getting through all of the beets that I went and grew and then realized that like they're not efficient because beets take forever to eat through. So yeah, your Scottish keeps showing through the Valley Girl. I know, it's because they kind of share a little bit of DNA. Like, I'm trying here, okay? God, got me with a spoon. You're being so difficult. You can beat my root soup any day of the week. I would never go out with you. Nerd. You never made the varsity football team. Alright, one of the last things I did was actually like, get this going over here, so we'll go ahead and grab up everything we can. Make myself some dried kelp using old infrastructure before, like, this place was made before hoppers existed in the game, so I have like so much work left to do. It's never ending. Ah. So close. I need more kelp. There's not enough hair. What do I want to do now? There's a bunch of fire. You know what I need? I need a sign. I need a board telling me what is actually here. Like a planning room, like a war room, so that I can know everything that's like inside of the village. Do you think he has a beat big enough to go platinum? He doesn't have a beat big enough to dance to. Okay. I just realized I've done that for like 2 minutes more than I was supposed to. All right, accent is complete. You got 10 minutes of Valley Girl. What I really do need is like I need a place to write down all of the information about what is in this village. Like legit, no joke. I need a place where it's like, yeah, this is where I've written down all of the farms that exist around here, like the passive farms and the active farms, because there is a moss farm that I have in this place, and there's also a what you call it? There's a moss farm that I have in this place, but there's also like there's the geode farms. There's the stalactite farm. There is the there's the kelp farm. There's the clay farm. There's a lot of different farms, and I need to like actually, if only there was a building meant for that kind of information. Well, there's like, here's the thing. I'm not building brand new structures inside of this village. Like that is a big factor to this. I'm like, no, this is the original spawn village. It was designed to be like, I wasn't a super good builder. Oh shit, this place may do the job. I wasn't a super good builder whenever I started this, but also I was not a builder who was so bad that I would go and make this. Like I was well past making roofs like this that didn't like branch out over the edge, but I left it ramshackle because I could remember whenever I did. So so like this is a structure that represented this style, my style of building at the time whenever I started the server. But I also built a couple of like ugly structures like the smith over here and this over here and this one over here with just blocks for the roof, you know, and also this one. So like I made structures specifically to represent the bad ways that I had built prior to making this forever world. And now the goal is to just not add on to the onto this village at all, because like this is supposed to be a time capsule, and I am preserving it. I am not like improving it. I'm not ripping things out. I'm not changing anything. So all of this stuff gets to remain like partially not great. This is the only structure that I did actually modify, because this was supposed to be a station the whole time for rail yard and everything, but there wasn't enough space up here to do the to lay the rail tracks and the loading and unloading systems. So I had to dig down to basically make the station underneath. And because of that, I was like, you know what? I don't want to be looking at an absolutely disgusting structure the whole time. And there was no overhang lip on this. So I went and I fixed that. I put an overhang lip on it. And that's one of the reasons why all of the buildings around here are so strange. They're not cohesive. They're not meant to look like super, super effective. But you can tell where the ones that I had more thought put into them. You can tell which buildings had more thought put into them, you know? And there have been a couple of additions, like there's this down here. This is just a mine access, which if I hop down, this is a zombie spawner, I believe, that I have to come up this water elevator and stand over here. Man, these freaking Endermen. I have to come up over here and stand to activate the spawner. And this is just underneath the birch farm that's right above me. So this used to connect to an old rail line. Danger. Like there's a rail line on the other side of this that I used to be using for stuff. At some point, the zombie grinder that was over here got broken because of a world update, because world updates were not always smooth for Minecraft. So, take all of this dirt. Like the zombie spawners, they broke at some point because it was like, well, it wasn't really designed to work that way. So I ended up having to like fix the spawners by going into creative mode and right-clicking on them. They turned into pig spawners, and I don't think that pig spawners actually spawn pigs. I think that's like a default thing that doesn't actually exist in the game. So I had to like go into creative mode and take a spawn egg for zombies and right click on the spawner. Okay. Chat, listen. I have drank a lot of coffee. I will be right back. All right. Hello. Greetings. Welcome back. Oh, You know what? I absolutely love working on this server. I like it comes and it goes. My high points and my low points, my interest and my engagement with the server, but the fact that I've always got this large project on the side that's always ongoing. I love it. I absolutely love it. This personal world is more than 10 years old and it's so wonderful. Save that whole thing. And I think what I need to do today, and by today I mean like just in general, the relative now idea, is I need to assess what mods for production purposes are available. One of the reasons that the server has been held, one of the reasons that the server has been frozen in a particular version for so long is because I plan on going back to it and telling a new story on it with the characters Strife and Tev. And 10 years, wow. Actually, Helio, you can check out that YouTube video after I'm finished here for the story behind the Minecraft server. It's not 100% up to date, but it is the most up to date version of the server that I have put out. So that could be some fun listening and learning for you. But one of the things that I've done with the server is that it's been locked at 1.21.1, I think. Let me check real fast. Yeah, 121.1. So, and I think we're up to 121.6 or 7 now, and they're about to completely change the way that they number the game, or number their updates. So, like, it behooves me to actually update the server to a more modern version, because there's a whole lot of new and interesting blocks that are available in the world. So what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start going over what mods do what, and figure out which mods. Basically, there's a mod called Replay where it's like, okay, start the game up, hit record on the Replay mod, and it just records all of the actions in the game, and then you hit stop, and then you can basically replay all of the actions in the game world and move your camera around to capture a whole bunch of special camera angles and whatnot. And that's kind of necessary for the type of story that I want to tell with the next script, which I've been working on for far too long. And by working, I mean having worked really, really hard on it all at once and then stopped for months on end, and then gone back and done a whole bunch more work and then stopped for months on end. And like, it's a stop and go process. But I froze the server during a particular version because I was like, okay, so that Replay mod is up to date for this. And it's been so long, I need to go back and figure out what mods will, because the Replay mod isn't the only mod that does that these days. So now what I'm doing is I need to take the game world. I need to figure out what mods can do the replay effect, and just update the server to that point where I'm like, okay, like there's still a whole bunch of new stuff available that I can like update on the server, and I can still get the mod compatibility for, you know, whenever I finally do the story, as it were. So I think I'm going to spend some time figuring that out, what the production mods are up to, version wise. And then once I figure that out, I'll update the server, and I can actually start like looking at some of the newer things that were added to the game, such as, you know, like the friendly ghasts, the, maybe even, or bookshelves, you know, bookshelves. I don't remember which version had bookshelves like that, where you could actually take the books off and put them on the normal shelf block. There's a lot. The pale garden, you know, like the white trees and amber and everything. There's so much that I can do. And I'm looking forward to it. That's to say nothing of the fact that there's also like a whole bunch of classic things that I still want to do with the server, such as like drain an ocean monument and make a guardian farm and whatnot, maces and trial chambers. I know that I'm running a version of the game 121.1 has the trial chambers, because that's like the main menu screen. It has a picture of the trial chambers behind it. I just haven't found one, so that's a thing. But there's so much that's been added to the game that I just haven't done because I've been happily just beavering away trying to fill my warehouse. And the whole point of my are they big projects? When you say big projects, what do you mean by are they big project? Like the stuff for the series that I want to do, or something else? Because the series is huge. It's enormous. And one of the reasons why it hasn't happened was because typically the way that the series have worked in the past is that basically you write an outline. It's a bulleted list. It's like, these are the main story beats that we got to hit. And then it's like, go in and just have fun and just make certain that you hit those story beats at some point whenever you're recording. But with this particular series and what I want to get done with it, I'm like, I don't think that that's going to work. I think we need to sit down and actually figure out. I think we need to script things where it's like, yeah, you have lines, read your lines. So are they big projects? I mean, yeah, they're definitely big projects. I have a side, I have a text file with lore for the world that I write. And the lore is location driven. It's like, okay, I'm going to build a new location and I want like there to be a very particular visual aesthetic for this location. What does that fit with? What other fantasy things can I draw from? And it's like, oh, this is what just say a prison. Like, this is what a prison looks like. And it's like, I've never built a prison on this server. Why would a prison exist on this server? And I have to basically come up with a reason for that. And I'm like, okay, well, this is what the prison would look like. This is what it would be made out of. Why would their prison be there? What type of society would build that prison? So similar to the idea that it's like, in Skyrim, none of the cities or towns are as big as an actual city or town would be. They're representations of what a city or town would be, you know? And then, like, if you actually were to use that if you were to make that location as, like, a backdrop for, like, a cinematic movie experience, you would have to, like, really pump it up. But as a gameplay experience, you need to keep it small type thing. So... I mean, heck, there's additional story about my character, the CEO version of William Strife in Minecraft. There are stories that I write about him. One of them is available on my Patreon. It's like 5 chapters. I believe it's called Ender Escape. And it's like a really important bit of backstory for the character, and I would love to turn it into into a short series or a limited series of some type. Maybe it's short enough to turn into one single video, but I haven't watched yet your Minecraft series, but sounds to me like you're making a movie in Minecraft. Yeah, if you wanted, you could probably start with Twin Towns. Twin Towns is probably a good place to start if you wanted to check out the playlists on my YouTube channel, !YouTube, over on Twitch there. If you're over on YouTube, you can go ahead and check out just the main channel page for my live channel, and there will be a link back to my main channel. But yeah, like there's series that I have done in the past where it's like this was just meant to be fun, and I was doing a new build. And as time has gone on, I'm like, I need to tell more story with these places, you know? Anyways, I've talked your ear off enough, and it's 4:03 in the afternoon. I need to stop. I need lunch, and I also need to do some errands and whatnot. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 squats today. So chat, if you check out right now, thank you so much for coming along for the ride. Also, be certain to follow. You never know whenever you're going to get lucky, and I'm going to do a second stream. I'm not making any guarantees for a second stream. I am just saying it happens from time to time. Whenever there's a second stream on Saturday night, it's typically a group stream. Now, you guys said that you wanted a better camera angle. So, I've shifted the camera downward. Is this better? Okay, here we go. It's time for squats, and then it is stream out. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 squats, and then we are done. Here we go. Bev is not entertained. She is not entertained at all. Oh, God. Oh. Complete all. 35 squats in about 2 minutes. Not too bad. Those pants leave little to the imagination. Listen, I really like these shorts. They are my version of the girls' volleyball short, which I've always looked at that and been like, man, I wish that I could pull that off. And these shorts are my version of it, okay? I think people need to be more okay with it. Stop being such a prude. Yes, I am a man. Whenever I wear something tight, there will be showy curvature. It's fine. I'm not saying I don't like it, but wow. Oh my word. Yeah, for your booty. What's wrong with the curvature of my front? I'm not talking about a beer gut either. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is that not why you are here? All right. With that wonderful note, I will see all of you at the very least on Monday. Until then, take care of yourselves. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay cool or warm based on where you are. And I'll catch you later.